Good morning again to everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Spring Dairy Expo. This is the Mideast Spring National Junior Show, and want to congratulate all the exhibitors for being here today. Thank you for participating. Our judge today is Mr. Paul Trapp. Paul has 25 years of AI experience and is currently the genetic acquisition team leader for CMEX. Received his bachelor's degree in Ag Econ with a marketing emphasis from the University of Minnesota. Paul and his wife, Sarah, and sons Cole and Bo own an elite group of registered brown Swiss, Jerseys, and Holsteins, receiving several All-American nominations from all the breeds that they have. Trapp is a current Wisconsin District 2 show chair, has served 5 years on the World Dairy Expo Cattle Show Committee, and has served at 12 years as the official for the World Dairy Expo Collegiate Judging Contest. So all you youngsters, you have any questions about judging at Madison, he's your dude, all right? Paul was here with us yesterday. We appreciate him being here with us today. He's judged all over the country, all over our country, and in many other places as well. Highlights include the International Holstein Show at Madison, the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto, a show in Italy that I can't pronounce, a show in Brazil that I can't pronounce, and also a show in Australia. So thank you, Paul. Since this is a national junior show, we have 2 judges today. It's not that Mr. Trapp isn't more than qualified, did a fabulous job yesterday. And assisting him is Mr. Dean Doley, who should be familiar to most of us here. He's been here before judging at either the State Fair Time or Spring Dairy Expo, can't remember. But a familiar face to a lot of us. Dean resides in Pleasant Hope, Missouri, where he owns and operates Starstruck Farm, along with his wife Stacy and son Grant, home to 50 elite jerseys. Among the jerseys are 31 excellents and 16 very goods. That doesn't leave a lot of room for extras. Dean was a professional fitter for 15 years and has worked with many national champions and All-Americans in all the breeds. And he owned the 2003 World Dairy Expo champion milking Shorthorn. Dean today runs the day-to-day operations of the farm, enjoys showing when he can. Dean has quite a resume as far as judging in many, many places around the United States and also across the world, including the National Brown Swiss Show in Mexico and World Dairy Expo in Madison, Wisconsin. Dean has also been recognized as a Klusendorf Mackenzie winner in 2019. And will serve as the official judge of the Milking Shorthorns in 2021. So congratulations, Dean, and thanks for being here today. In our winter heifer calf class here this morning, third place is entry number 510, exhibited by Jacoby Gilbert with MS Bullseye TS Secretariat. In second place and second place junior is Jacoby Gilbert with entry number 509, Broadview A Heartbreaker ET. And the winner in your winter heifer calf class and first place junior is Will Cole with entry 277, Cost Dice Assassin Red. Congratulations. Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, good morning, Holstein breeders, exhibitors, and spectators. A pleasure for Dean and I to be here in Columbus with you today. Beautiful group of winter calves to start off. For us, it boils down to these first two heifers, and they fit quite nicely together. Our first heifer for us gets to the top of the class, so she's the best-legged heifer in the class. She just stands with those legs more squarely beneath her. Rump structure are in line. When they track, when you get in behind them, she shows you more width of hock. She's also got more depth to the rear rib than the heifer coming along in second. Second over third, the second place heifer, just a little straighter and stronger naturally over her top line. Also moves a little bit more athletic on those rear feet and legs than the deep rib calf in third. Third over fourth, the third place heifer uses that big advantage in overall frame length and depth to the rear rib to go over this really stylish heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place heifer just holds herself together a little nicer, blends a little nicer through that front end than another black silky calf coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Trapp. 14 entries in our winter heifer calf class. Reading on your program, entry number 849, placed 13th. Entry 325, placed 12th. Entry 870 was 4th. Entry 326 was 9th. Entry 277 was your winner and first place junior, Will Cole with Cost Dice Assassin Red. Entry 245 placed 5th. Entry 633 was 7th. Entry 523 was 14th. Entry 631 placed 6th. Entry 113 was 11th. Entry 353 placed 8th. Entry 509 was second and second place junior, Jacoby Gilbert with Broadview Alligator Heartbreaker ET. And entry 510 placed third. We're now ready for our fall heifer calves in our Mideast Spring National Junior Show. One of the joys of having a Mideast Spring National Junior Show is there's lots of sponsors, so I have lots more stuff to read. So our winter heifer calf class was sponsored by Walnut Hill Feeds Incorporated and Greg Cornish. And then also District Holstein Club 3, Steve Speck, are the two sponsors that we had for our winter heifer calf class. One mistake in that last class, there was only 13, not 14. I skipped number 10 for some reason. So those that were 11 and up, just drop one number off and then you'll be correct. Fall heifer calves are in the ring. Couple housekeeping announcements here this morning. If we could keep the aisleway clear straight across from here, that's our main entrance and exit of cattle here today due to the weather. So if you wouldn't mind grabbing a seat up in the stands or hopping on the rail or go somewhere else, there's going to be a lot of activity there right now and don't want anybody to get run over. We do have a vehicle that needs to get moved. We have a really nice white Dodge Ram pickup truck, 4-door. I could read the whole license plate, but I'm just going to read the last 4 digits, 3087. You're parked over by the construction zone over to my right, and they're going to remove some trees in a couple hours, and if your truck's still there, they're going to fill up the bed of your truck with all the trees. So while they appreciate the truck being there so they can load it up right away, you're kind of in a danger zone, so if you wouldn't mind, please go move that truck. And advise anybody else to not park in that space, please. Dodge Ram 4-door truck, white, nice looking truck. In our Holstein Fall Heifer Calf class, second place junior is entry number 780, Ali Sikafus with BNC La Magic Rebel. Third place is entry number 636, Jay Ackley, and Jim and Valerie Sprang with Friskerson Sons Master Africa. In second place and first place junior is entry 482, Audrey Seidel with Will Sand Hulu Jazzy ET. And the winner in your Fall Heifer Calf class is entry number 480, Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Master Weaponry ET. Congratulations, Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, in our fall calves class here, kind of some different shapes and sizes. The heifer, we decided to start with a heifer that just never gives you a bad look. She's hard top, she's long, she's got that dairy strength and moves well on her rear feet and legs. She goes over our second place heifer, straighter and stronger over top line, a little stronger in her loin, and we also prefer how her thurl is placed more equidistant between her hips and her pins, which allows her to stand with those rear legs more squarely beneath her rump structure when they're in line. The second heifer, you love the style, the clean cut to her, just like to move those thurls ahead a little bit to get her in the first spot. But she uses that overall length and stretch and how she handles those rear legs to go over this real stylish black calf coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place heifer for us, just a little cleaner cut from end to end. She's a little more open and has more drop to the rear rib than the straight line big heifer that's coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place heifer just blends a little nicer neck to shoulder, shoulder into her barrel than the heifer coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
"20 exhibitors in our Fall Heifer Calf class, sponsored by Jeff and Laura Reedman and family, and also the District 10 Holstein Club, Mark Seedorf, they're from District 10. Reading down your program, entry number 522 placed 14th. Entry 171 was 13th. Entry 800 was 20th. Entry 746 was scratched. Entry 480 was your winner, Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Master Weaponry ET. Entry 327 placed 4th. Entry 775 was 9th. Entry 328 was 16th. Entry 369 placed 5th. Entry 482 was second and first place junior, Audrey Seidel with Will Sand Hulu Jazzy ET. Entry 715 placed 15th. Entry 780 was 7th. Entry 372 placed 8th. Entry 774 placed 18th. Entry 428 was 14th. Entry 502 placed 6th. Entry 821 placed 12th. Entry 108 was 10th. Entry 427 placed 17th. Entry 547 placed 11th. And entry 636 was 3rd. We're now ready for summer yearlings. Summer yearling heifers in the ring, please. In our Holstein Summer Yearling Heifer class, fourth place and second place juniors, entry 488, Wyatt Schlau, Leanna Crosby, and Jacoby Gilbert with Velvet View Sidekick Rose ET. Third place and first place junior is entry number 415, Brady and Bentley Cole with Someday Has a Dream. In second place is entry 639, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Ben Rye's Master Ava. And the winner in your summer yearling heifer class is entry number 640, exhibited by Jay Ackley, Jim, and Valerie Spring. She's Miss Eatonholm Hulu Penguin. Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, quite a group of summer yearlings out here, but a heifer for Dean and I that comes to the top of the class pretty handily. A heifer that exudes dairy strength, a beautiful rib design. She's got a wide, flat rump, and is the best-legged heifer in the class for us today. She goes over the second place heifer. The first one for us, just a little bit more of her. She's a little wider in her chest, wider about her hip spins and throws, and tracks a little nicer on those rear feet and legs than this stylish black calf coming out in second. Second over third, the second place heifer for us, just a little bit harder over her top line, more nearly level from hips to pins than this really stylish heifer that comes out in third. Third over fourth, similar made calves here. The fourth heifer, I believe, is a July calf. The third one for us, just a little bit more volume to her rib, more spring of rib, just a hint more length than this July calf that's coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place heifer for us, just a little bit more femininely made. She's a little bit more modern in her makeup, a little cleaner, and on her neck, throat, and brisket, and a little flatter, more curving in her thigh than the black heifer coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
We had 16 exhibitors in our Holstein Summer Yearling Heifer class. The Spring National Junior Show sponsor was Jeff and Laura Reedman and family. And also the District 1 Holstein Club, Joe Turin, and our friends from District 1. 16 total entries, reading down your program. Entry number 640 placed first, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Miss Eatonholm Hulu Penguin. Entry 214 placed ninth. Entry 816 was 11th. Entry 488 was fourth, and second place junior, Wyatt Schlau, Leanna Crosby, and Jacoby Gilbert with Velvet View Sidekick Rose ET. Entry 835 placed fifth. Entry 415 was third. And first place junior, Brady and Bentley Cole with Someday Has a Dream. Entry 421 placed 15th. Entry 824 was 12th. Entry 115 was 7th. Entry 119 was 13th. Entry 379 was scratched. Entry 671 placed 8th. Entry 360 was 14th. Entry 483 placed 6th. Entry 609 was 16th. Entry 639 was 2nd. Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Ben Rye's Master Ava. And entry 778 placed 10th. We're now ready for spring yearlings. Spring yearlings in the ring, please. In our Holstein Spring Yearling Heifer class, second place juniors, entry number 118, Kinley Segrist with Wabash Way Hulu Amara. First place junior, entry number 734, Lizzie Kiko with Kiko Hancock Journey 2293. Third place, overall, entry number 625, Chris Ackley and Jim Neipel with Accelerant Alpha Ring Pop ET. Second place is entry 628, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Butler View Footprint Amulet. And the winner in your Spring Yearling Heifer class is entry 441, James Neipel with Cal Denier I Maxim Adela ET. Judge Trepp, your comments.
Well, a nice group of spring yearlings in this group here. The heifer we're starting with, again, like the last class, a very complete heifer, a heifer that rarely gives you a bad look at this heifer. A heifer that's so well balanced in her dairy strength and open rib, moves well on her rear feet and legs. She goes over the second place heifer, our first heifer today, just a little more ring ready. She's a little cleaner cut all the way through, a little longer, leaner in her neck, a little sharper over her shoulder, flatter more and curving in the thigh than this very square rumped, square-bodied heifer coming out in second. Second over third, the second place heifer uses that width and strength up through her front end, the spring of rib, the volume of rib, and also the width about her hip spins and throws to go over this ultra-refined dairy calf coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place heifer for us, we just prefer how she moves with more ease and flex and more athleticism on those rear feet and legs when they're out on the move, and also has a little more sweep to the rear rib than the straight line white heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth on the move, this fourth heifer for us, just longer in her head and neck, longer in the midsection of her body than the black heifer that's coming out behind her. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
"19 entries in our Spring Yearling Heifer class, sponsored by District 2 Holsteins, Jessica White Leather, and Ben Alley Holsteins, Lisa Mangun. Reading from your program, entry number 840 was 17th. Entry 842 was 18th. Entry 838 was 16th. Entry 734 was 6th, and first place junior, Lizzie Kiko with Kiko Hancock Journey 2293. Entry 329 was 12th. Entry 118 was 7th, and second place junior, Kinley Segrist with Wabash Way Hulu Amara. Entry 836 was 5th. Entry 255 placed 4th. Entry 512 was 8th. Entry 404 placed 14th. Entry 413 was 9th. Entry 441 was your winner, James Neipel with Cal Denier I Maxim Adela ET. Entry 174 placed 10th. 196 placed 11th. Entry 301 was 19th. Entry 625 placed 3rd. Entry 748 was 15th. Entry 359 placed 13th. Entry 500 was scratched. And entry 628 was 2nd, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Butler View Footprint Amulet. Congratulations. We're now ready for our winter yearlings in the ring. Winter yearlings in the ring, please. Hi, exhibitors. Looking for Nathan Sward's mom. I have your phone. So if you want it back, it's over here. In our Holstein winter yearling heifer class, third place and second place juniors, entry 385, Lauren Lamoureux with Linvale Style Magoo Red. In second place is entry number 356, Dwayne Cole, Elijah, and Tabitha Dobey with Kingsway Eye Candy Dwight. And the winner in your winter yearling heifer class and first place juniors, entry 779, Kyla Sikafus with BNC Sidekick Dolly. Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, quite a big and deep winter yearling class here. For us, this first heifer just comes to the top of the class. She's really a balanced heifer. She's got that dairy strength, that open rib design, the hard top, clean bone. For a big heifer, walks well on her rear feet and legs. She goes over another deep-ribbed heifer coming out here in second on the side profile. Our first heifer, just a little bit more feminine up through her front end. She's longer and leaner in her neck, a little longer from hips to pins, and keeps her legs a little square beneath her rump structure than this deep-bodied heifer coming out in second. Second over third, the second heifer uses that depth to the fore rib, the spring of rib, the angle and sweep to her rear rib to go over the straight line, stylish red heifer coming out in third. Third and fourth, a real close placing here. The difference for me is when they get out on the move, the first heifer just has more breed character about her head and neck. She's a little cleaner up through her neck, throat, and brisket. Also a hint cleaner boned about her hock. I'll grant the heifer in fourth does have a little bit more spring of rib, but a very close placing. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place heifer, just a little straighter and stronger over her top line than the heifer that's coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
22 entries in that winter yearling heifer class, sponsored by Oric Holstein, Steve Moff, and the District 7 Holstein Club, Lisa Mangan, and our friends from District 7. Reading down your program, entry number 103 placed fourth. Entry 194 was eighth. Entry 385 was third. And second place junior Lauren Lamoureux with Linvale Style Magoo Red. Entry 801 placed 22nd. Entry 330 was 19th. Entry 691 placed 16th. Entry 179 was 18th. Entry 236 placed 7th. Entry 852 was 5th. Entry 864 was 13th. Entry 868 placed 14th. Entry 382 was 11th. 400 was 12th. Entry 779 was your winner and first place junior Kyla Sikafus with BNC Sidekick Dolly. Entry 331 placed 10th. Entry 356 was second, Dwayne Cole and Elijah and Tabitha Dobey with Kingsway Eye Candy Dwight. Entry 537 was 6th. Entry 865 was 17th. Top of the next page, entry 116 placed 9th. Entry 158 was 21st. Entry 175 was 20th. And entry 15 placed, entry 184 placed 15th. We're now ready for our fall yearling heifers. Fall yearling heifers should be in the ring. Remind exhibitors, we need your first and second place juniors to assemble in the makeup area. We'll have selection of junior champion of the junior show first, and then repeat the process for our open class. In our Holstein Fall Yearling Heifer class, second place juniors, entry number 414, Brady and Bentley Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. In second place and first place juniors, entry 383, Lauren Lamoureux with Linlar Sidekick Starla ET. And the winner in your Fall Yearling Heifer class is entry 543, Simpson Plainfield Farms with Plainfield Glitz and Glamour. Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, a really nice group of senior yearlings out here. This first heifer, just a lot of style, a lot of balance, straighten her lines, blends extremely well, and got that beautiful open rib design to go with it, and walks on a clean bone set of feet and legs. For us, first heifer not quite as big as the second one, but plenty big enough. For us, she's just a little bit more femininely made all the way through, a little longer and leaner in her neck, a little more breed character about her head. She's more open and has more sweep to her rear rib than the white heifer coming by in second. Also, the first place heifer for us, when they get in line, has a little less turn to her hock and stands with a little more distance between the hock than this big straight line white heifer coming out in second. The second heifer uses that overall frame, length, blending of parts to go over this October heifer coming out in third. The third heifer, you just love the balance and style of this heifer, just kind of doesn't have quite the overall capacity to get in the first couple spots today. But she goes over the heifer in fourth by being straighter in her lines, particularly stronger in her loins, a little more nearly level from hips to pins than the deep-ribbed heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth heifer uses that balance, spring, and sweep and depth to the rear rib to go over the stylish front-ended heifer that's coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
"16 exhibitors in our Holstein Fall Yearling Heifer class, sponsored by Willow Ray Holsteins, Lisa Kerr, and District Holstein Club number 8, Becky McDowell and friends. Reading down to your program, entry number 271 placed third. Entry 731 was 7th. Entry 699 was 14th. Entry 266 was 16th. Entry 340 was 9th. Entry 855 placed 6th. Entry 414 was 5th, and second place junior Brady and Bentley Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. Entry 333 placed 13th. Entry 358 was 4th. Entry 429 placed 11th. Entry 543 was your winner, Simpson Plainfield Farms with Plainfield Glitz and Glamour. Entry number 120 placed 15th. Entry 339 was 12th. Entry 733 was 10th. Entry 106 placed 8th. And entry 383 was 2nd, and first place junior Lauren Lamoureux with Linlar Sidekick Starla ET. Congratulations. We should now be bringing in our first and second place juniors competing in the Mid-East Spring National Junior Show. They should be entering the ring now. I'll introduce them here momentarily. Now in the ring are our juniors competing for the junior champion of our Mideast Spring National Junior Show from the Winter Heifer Calf class. Our winner was Will Cole with Cost Dice Assassin Red. Second place was Jacoby Gilbert with Broadview A Heartbreaker ET. In the Fall Heifer Calf class, our winner was Audrey Seidel with Will San Hulu Jazzy ET. Second place was Ali Sikafus with BNC La Magic Rebel. Summer Yearling Heifer class, our winner was Brad and Bentley Cole with Someday Has a Dream. Second place was Wyatt Schlau, Leanna Crosby, and Jacoby Gilbert with Velvet View Sidekick Rose. From the Spring Yearling Heifer class, our winner was Lizzie Kiko with Kiko Hancock Journey 2293. Second place was Kenley Segrist with Wabash Way Hulu Amara. From our Winter Yearling Heifer class, our winner was Kyla Sikafus with BNC Sidekick Dolly. Second place was Lauren Lamoureux with Lynn Vale Style Magoo Red. And in the Fall Yearling Heifer class, our winner was Lauren Lamoureux with Linlar Sidekick Starla ET. Second place was Brady and Bentley Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. Congratulations and good luck. Attention exhibitors, we will be starting on time at 11 o'clock with our Red and White show. We should be into our junior champion of our open show by that time, so the side of the ring should be opened up. I'd like to ask the black and white exhibitors to move to the west side of Cooper, and come in near the viaduct. That'll leave the closest entry to the north for the Red and Whites. Then as you enter Cooper Arena, the black and whites will be on the west end of Cooper. Red and whites will be on the east end of Cooper Arena.
Well, before I name the junior champion of the Junior Holstein show here, show your appreciation of these junior exhibitors. They competed extremely well. They got some beautiful, beautiful individuals. Dean and I have been seeing it eye to eye all day. We pulled out 3 heifers this winter calf, our summer yearling, and our winter yearling. These are the heifers that we like most. Straight line, balance, style, good feet and legs, open rib design. Dean's going to go out. He's going to congratulate your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. For us, you know, to have a winter yearling like this, to have her in that shape, have that dairy strength, that hard top, great rib design to her, makes for a fitting junior champion. She goes over our summer yearling, just a little bit more volume for her age, width and capacity for her age, but boy, what a stylish, pretty calf the summer yearling is, and she uses that overall length to go over the red heifer. That'll be honorable mention. Junior champion, winter yearling, reserve summer yearling, honorable mention on the winter calf. Congratulations.
Congratulations. The junior champion of our Mideast Spring National Junior Show is your first place winner yearling, exhibited by Kyla Sikafus. She's BNC's sidekick Dolly. Congratulations. Our sponsors for junior champion are White Leather Holsteins, Glenn White Leather, and ABS Global, Nathan Fair. Thank you for that sponsorship. Our reserve junior champion of our junior show is your first place summer yearling, exhibited by Brad and Bentley Cole. Someday Has a Dream. Congratulations. Honorable mention honors go to our first place winter heifer calf, exhibited by Will Cole, Cost Dice Assassin Red. Congratulations. Now we need to line up again and repeat that process again. As we move into our cow classes, black and whites, please go to the west end of Cooper Arena and use that entrance. Red and whites come in the closest entrance, the north entrance to Cooper, and you'll be on the east side of Cooper Arena. Reserve Junior Champion sponsors were Brook Hollow Farms, Delbert and Heather Yoder, and also Steve Andrews, Andrews Auctioneer LLC. Thank you for that sponsorship, guys. Now in the ring are our exhibitors competing for junior champion of our open show from our winter heifer calf class. Our winner was Will Cole with Cost Dice Assassin Red. Second place was Jacoby Gilbert with Broadview A Heartbreaker ET. In the fall heifer calf class, your winner was Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Master Weaponry ET. Second place was Audrey Seidel with Wilsan Hulu Jazzy ET. Summer yearling class, our winner was Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Miss Eatonholm Hulu Penguin. Second place was Jay Ackley, Jim, and Valerie Spring with Ben Rye's Master Ava. Spring yearling heifer class, your winner was James Neipel with Cal Denier I Maxim Adela ET. Second place was Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Butler View Footprint Amulet. In the winter yearling heifer class, your winner was Kyla Sikafus with BNC Sidekick Dolly. Second place was Dwayne Cole and Elijah and Tabitha Dubé with Kingsway Eye Candy Dwight. And from the fall yearling heifer class, your winner was Simpson Plainfield Farms with Plainfield Glitz and Glory. Second place was Lauren Lamoureux with Linlar Sidekick Starlet ET. Congratulations and good luck. Attention exhibitors again, black and whites enter the west end of Cooper. Red and whites keep coming in the north entrance, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, certainly been an honor and a pleasure for Dean and I to work through the Holstein heifers this morning. It's been a beautiful heifer show. Let's show your appreciation to these breeders, exhibitors, the guys back at the barns, getting them ready. It's pretty fun as judges when you get done to pull 3 heifers out here, and They're all cut from the same mold. Their dairy strength, their hard top, their open rib, they move well on their feet and legs. We brought out our first place summer yearling, a heifer that's born August 10th. We got our spring yearling standing in the middle, and then our winter yearling. I'm going to go out, congratulate your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. Please greet them with a nice round of applause. I think you're really splitting hairs over these heifers. They're cut from the same mold for me. And Dean, the summer yearling, you just never get a bad look at this heifer. She holds her top together a little bit nicer. She moves just a freckle nicer on her rear feet and legs. But two beautiful heifers. The spring yearling for us over the winter yearling, I just prefer her, the little set to her hock, a little bit nicer, a little stronger in her pasturing than the big winter yearling. So junior champion, summer yearling, reserve, spring yearling, honorable mention on her first place winter yearling. Congratulations.
Big round of applause for our junior champion of our open show, your first place summer yearling exhibited by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring, Miss Eatonholm Hulu Penguin. Congratulations. Reserve junior champion is your first place spring yearling exhibited by James Neipel, Cal Denier I Maxim Adela ET, and honorable mention honors go to our first prize winter yearling exhibited by Kayla Sikafus, BNC Sidekick Dolly. Congratulations. We have a junior best three class going on here, and then we're going to be ready to roll into our cows. Cows, again, black and white cows, enter the west end of Cooper Arena. If you're on the east side of Cooper Arena right now, if you're not in a group class, would you please exit? We need to get our red and white show rolling at the same time.
All right, we're ready to begin the Red and White show as well. The Red and White will be to my right, enter through the center of Cooper Arena. We are ready to go, so Unfresh junior 2-year-olds, please enter the ring. Do we have an Unfresh junior 2-year-old from Emery Close? We're ready for you. If not, we're going to move on.
Well, three nice groups out here in our junior best 3 class. Kind of close between these first two. We just prefer the overall style, angularity, and drop to the rear rib design in the first group over the second group. Second over third, just more overall maturity, width, and substance all the way through over the group in third. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
In our Unfresh Junior 2-year-old class, the winner is Willow Knoll Lil Rose Red, shown by Emery Close, Judge Turner.
Well, good morning and pleasure to be with you here again today at just a single entry to start your Red and White show in your Unfresh and Junior 2-year-old class, but certainly a tall, beautiful heifer that's got all kinds of straight lines, got that overall length of body and that width to her rump. Heifer that shows you all kinds of breed character up and through that head and neck. So great way to start your class and start your show this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our Red and White show, Unfresh Junior 2-year-olds. First was 841 Willow Knoll Lil Rose Red, shown by Emery Close. We will now show our Junior 2-year-old Red and Whites. In our Junior 2-year-old class of our Red and White show, second is entry 799 Westway, altitude Delilah Red, also our first junior. And winning the class is entry 545 Plainfield Analyst Ferrari Red, owned by Simpson Plainfield Farms LLC. Judge Turner.
Three individuals or three Junior 2-year-olds to start your milking division here this morning. And really a beautiful young cow that fits the mold to win the class. A heifer that's only fresh, recently fresh, about 3 weeks, but really put her mammary system to work. She's got that beautiful shape to it, and the quality is really coming into her mammary system. I like the size and shape of her teat. and she's just got that overall dairiness and femininity throughout. In showing that with her mammary system, the quality that she has in her mammary system, the cleanliness down through the bone of her leg, and the way she moves out on her hind leg, she has an advantage over the extremely tall, wide rump cow that follows into second. Just needs a little more time in her mammary system for me to get her any higher in the class, but you can certainly admire her for her wide rump and her frame and structure. In saying that, I believe that she's just got a little more width up through her front end, a little more width of her chest today. I do feel that her foreudder just ties into her body wall with a nicer shape, and the way it snugs into that body wall today over the long straight topped heifer that follows into third. You can really admire the third heifer for her cleanliness up and through her head and neck, and got that straight lines throughout. Just needs a little more time to see how her foreudder ties into her body wall. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our red and white junior 2-year-old class, entry 470 was third. Second, junior, Holstein Appletini Red, shown by Caleb Strine. 799 was second, and first junior, Westway Altitude Delilah Red, shown by Aubrey Payne. And entry 545 was the winner of the class, Plainfield Analyst Ferrari Red, shown by Simpson Plainfield Farms LLC. Now showing our winter senior 2-year-old red and white. In our winter senior 2-year-old class for our red and white show, entry 471 is the winner of the class, Holstein Al Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. Judge Turner.
Single entry here in your winter senior 2-year-old class, but just a beautiful cow, a cow that shows me all kinds of dairiness, but also they got that strength. Her mammary system's really developed nicely in the first 60 days that she's been fresh. I like the squareness to her mammary system, the levelness to her udder floor, the way her foreudder ties into her body wall, and that height and width to her rear udder. A young cow that's just got that overall combination of dairiness and strength with that beautiful mammary system that with a deep medium suspensory and all kinds of quality. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our winter senior 2-year-old class, entry 471 was the winner, Holstein Al Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. Now showing our senior 2-year-old red and white cows. In our senior 2-year-old class for our Red and White show, 442 is second, Cahurst Doral Pinched Red, shown by Allie and Briar Keenert. And entry 147 is the winner of the class, Henstead's Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. Judge Turner.
2 entries here in your senior 2-year-old class, and just a beautiful young cow to win the class. A cow with a tremendous mammary system. You love her fore-udder with all that quality, that venation, that levelness to her udder floor, and then you get around to the back and you just love her rear udder. She's balanced. She's got that height and width to her rear udder, but that deep medium suspensory ligament as well. In combination with that, she's a beautiful frame dairy young cow with the correct slope from her hooks to pins. Got that overall combination of dairiness and strength. A young cow that with a lot of future. And with that, just in her mammary system development today, the more comfortable she walks on her hind legs today over the tall, long-bodied cow that follows into second. You can really admire the cow in second for that length of frame that she has, that overall stature, and that strength up through her heart and chest today. It's just her udder development to change a little bit to get her in the first place over a beautiful young cow that wins. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our senior 2-year-old class, seconds 442, Cahurst Doral Pinched Red, shown by Allie and Briar Keenert, and 147, Henstead's Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. Now showing our junior 3-year-old Red and White.
In our Holstein junior 2-year-old class, second place is entry number 815 from Matt Steiner, Peace and Plenty Honor Jube 360. And the winner in your junior 2-year-old class is entry 439 from Steinway Dairy, Steinway Amathon Bliss. Judge, your comments.
Well, our junior 2-year-old class here, kind of some different shapes and sizes. The cow we're going to start with is a cow that's just fresh, 6 weeks. We'd make her best udder in the class today. When you get at these girls in line, the first cow for us just holding quite a bit, showing a little bit more apparent quality of that rear udder today, more definition of seam right from the bottom to the top of her rear udder attachment over this cow coming out in second. Our first place cow, just a hint cleaner boned about her hock and walks with a little more ease and flex at the hock than the cow coming out in second. Second over third, the second place cow, just more depth and openness to that forerib, more spring of rib, and more extension to the top of the rear udder than the red cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place cow for us, just a little more comfortable on how she parades around the ring, a little bit more volume of udder than the more recently fresh cow. Then it's in third or fourth place. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
4 entries in our Holstein junior 2-year-old class, sponsored by District 14 Holsteins, Eric Top, 10 Penny Holsteins, Gene Spike, and District 13 Holstein Club, Chris Lammers and friends. Reading down your program in your junior 2-year-old class, entry 745 was scratched. Entry 815 was second, exhibited by Matt Steiner, Peace and Plenty Honor Jube 360. Entry 743 was scratched. Entry 859 placed 9th. Entry 439 was your winner, Steinway Dairy, with Steinway Amathon Bliss. Entry 544 placed 3rd, and entry 566 was scratched. We're now ready for the winter senior 2-year-old class. Winter senior 2s in the ring.
In our junior 3-year-old class for our red and whites, second is Quiet Cove Altitude Morgan Red, shown by Lauren Lamoureux. And winning the class is Brook Hollow Don't Ya Red, shown by Delbert and Heather Yoder. Judge Turner.
Well, again, three lovely cows, all got tremendous that youthfulness and mammary system. Really just a modern day balanced cow for me to win the class. A cow that just has that combination of dairiness and strength with a tremendous mammary system. She shows me that femininity, that breed character, that overall dairiness and crispness today over the cow in second. First cow shows me just more of the correctness and the balance of her mammary system, particularly in the fore from left to right, just a little more balance and uniformity and that levelness of udder floor. Also going to give the first cow an advantage, just a little smoother the way she moves out on those hind legs, or the tremendous frame cow that you have following in second. You really got to admire the cow in second for her width, her capacity, overall substance and frame, and it is that those categories that get her over the lovely young cow that follows into third, or really a youthful young cow with another beautiful tight mammary system. But I think the frame, the width, the chest, that overall depth and capacity on the second cow today gets her over the cow following in third. Three lovely cows. Congratulations.
In our junior 3-year-old class of our red and white show in your programs, entry 393 was second, Quiet Cove Altitude Morgan Red, shown by Lauren Lamoureux. 833 was the winner of the class, Brook Hollow Don't Ya Red, shown by Delbert and Heather Yoder. And entry 365 was third. Now showing senior 3-year-old red and whites. In our senior 3-year-old red and white class, and the winner is Pondview Butterscotch Red, shown by Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring. Judge Turner.
A single entry in your senior 3-year-old class, red and white, but a cow that really comes to the top of her game today. A cow that's so balanced, got that beautiful mammary system, walks out on a beautiful set of feet and legs. She's got that length overall. She just has that correctness and development. A young cow that just has that combination of youthfulness, but certainly the combination of dairiness that looks like a will to milk in that overall rib structure, that width and combination that she has. Beautiful young cow, senior 3-year-old.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Again, in our senior 3-year-old class, the winner is Pondview Butterscotch Red, shown by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring. Now showing intermediate champion of our junior show. In the ring for intermediate champion of our junior show from the Unfresh junior 2-year-old class is Willow Knoll Lil Rose Red, shown by Emery Close. First place junior 2-year-old is Westway Altsu Delilah Red, shown by Aubrey Payne. And second is Holstein Appletini Red, shown by Caleb Strine. From our winner senior 2-year-old class, first was Holstein Al Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. And from our senior 2-year-old class, first was Henstead's Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. And second was Cahurst Oral Pinched Red, shown by Allie and Briar Keenert.
Well, a beautiful set of young cows out here for these juniors here this morning for the Red and White show. I think when you see these animals lined up, you can certainly credit to the young people and the great job that they've done. So I'm going to go select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention for this great group of juniors. But put your hands together for this great group of cows, but certainly for a great group of young people. Senior 2-year-old for intermediate champion, your junior show cow for me. Just I give her the advantage today over the reserve intermediate champion with that beautiful breed character that she has up through her head and neck and brisket. She's just cleaner and more feminine, and just showing me that beautiful refinement. She carries that quality all the way down through the bone of her leg as well. Just a slight advantage over the tremendous frame on the winner 2-year-old with that overall size and structure. And both of these young cows over the honorable mention on the junior 2-year-old just have a little more days in milk, just show me a little more quality to their mammary system. But you got to admire that junior 2-year-old for her width for this junior, with that width and structure. And the shape to her udder is there, just needs a little more time to show us the quality. But 3 lovely young cows and a great group of young kids. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Intermediate champion of our junior Red and White show is the senior 2-year-old Henstead Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. Reserve Intermediate Champion is the Winter Senior 2-year-old Holstein Al Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. And honorable mention is the Junior 2-year-old Westway Alt Delilah Red, shown by Aubrey Payne. Congratulations. Now showing for Intermediate Champion of our Open Show.
Over in our black and white ring in our winter senior 2-year-old class, second place juniors, entry number 187, Kiko Holsteins with Kiko Chief J. Second place and first place juniors, entry number 342, Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinley. And the winner in your winter senior 2-year-old class is entry number 423, exhibited by James Neipel and Lily Elsall. Waspy Anna Liquor. Judge, your comments.
Well, in our winter senior 2-year-old class here, several nice cows here. The cow we're starting with would be the cow that we'd give the best udder ribbon to, a cow that you just really admire when you get on that 3/4 rear view. The width of rump that she excels with, the great spring of rib that she has, and that high, wide, square rear udder. First cow over the second cow, just a little bit more volume all the way through, a little more width of muzzle, more spring to her rib design, wider in her hips and pins regions, more spring of rib, and also has more height, width, fullness, and extension to the rear udder. I'll grant our cow in second does move just a freckle nicer on her rear feet and legs than the cow in first, but just not enough volume all the way through on the silky black cow to get in the first spot today. The second cow uses her overall balance, her straightness of lines, her open rib design, her sweep to her rear rib, the balance and symmetry to her rear udder to go over this long, framey cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third cow uses that overall length, extension, and especially the length of the midsection of her body to go over the speckled cow coming out in fourth. And then fourth over fifth, the fourth place cow, just more spring of rib, more bloom to the top of the rear udder than this refined dairy cow coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Our winter senior 2-year-old class is sponsored by Lady Luck Holsteins and Steinway Dairy. Damon Berkey, thank you for that sponsorship. Final placings in our winter senior 2-year-old cow class in our black and white show. Entry 315 placed 7th. Entry 187 was 4th, and second place junior Kiko Holsteins with Kiko Chief J. Entry 437 placed 5th. Entry 186 placed 3rd. Entry 423 was your winner, James Neipel and Lily Elsall with Waspy Anna Liqueur. Entry 192 placed 6th, and entry 342 was second and first place junior, Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinley. Congratulations. We're now ready for our senior twos. Senior twos in the ring, please.
Showing for intermediate champion of our Red and White Open show from the Unfresh Junior 2-year-old class. First was Willow Knoll Lil Rose Red, shown by Emery Close. From our Junior 2-year-old class, first was Plainfield Analyst Ferrari Red, shown by Simpson Plainfield Farms. Second was Westway Alt Delilah Red, shown by Aubrey Payne. From our winner senior 2-year-old class, first was Holstein Al Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. From the senior 2-year-old class, first was Hempstead Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. And second was Cahurst Doral Pinched Red, shown by Allan Breyer Keenert. And from our junior 3-year-old class, first was Brook Hollow Don't Ya Red, shown by Delbert and Heather Yoder. And second was Quiet Clove Alt Morgan Red, shown by Lauren Lamoureux. And from the senior 3-year-old class, first was Pondview Butterscotch Red, shown by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring.
For your intermediate champion of your open show, my 4 finalists are these 4 cows. I think cows that really just have that beautiful modern dairy frames. They got that youthfulness, but they also got that combination of dairiness and strength. Cows that show me that they got the ability to milk in combination with that beautiful set of feet and legs. Cows that got the width and dairiness and strength that we need today, and also saying that they got the uniformity and the breed character. I'm going to go take one more assessment, and then I'm going to give you your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. Well, your intermediate champion on this senior 3-year-old cow for me today. She's just got that combination of dairiness and strength that I've talked about, but that balance that she has. For me, she's just a cow, just a little longer from her point of her nose down to the point of her tail. Just show me a little more extension throughout on that squareness of rump. She also cow just shows me a little more flex to her hock, the way she moves on her hind legs today. But not taking anything away from the cow in reserve. I think a cow that just tights right in there. She's got that height and width to her rear udder, that balance in her mammary system, that symmetry that you like. A cow that I commented, I think she's a modern day cow. She's a cow that's just got that correctness to her size and structure, but that combination of dairiness and frame and that beautiful hard top that she has. I think a pair of lovely cows. Falling in with a 2-year-old, a cow that just needs doesn't have maybe the strength and capacity up to the front end that the 2 older cows have, but certainly a cow with all kinds of quality in her mammary system. Love her venation, love the balance to her udder floor, the way her teeth sit on her quarter, the tightness to her height and width to her rear udder. 3 great cows, spell a lot of quality. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Intermediate champion of your Red and White show is the senior 3-year-old Pondview Butterscotch Red, shown by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring. Reserve intermediate champion is the junior 3-year-old Brook Hollow Don't You Red, shown by Delbert and Heather Yoder. An honorable mention to the senior 2-year-old Henstead's Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. Congratulations.
Over in our black and white ring, our senior 2-year-old class, second place and first place juniors, entry 199. Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone with Silver Hitch Warrior Majesty. And the winner in your senior 2-year-old class is entry 635, exhibited by Grant Thompson, Brook Hollow Fire Fury RC. Judge Trepp, your comments.
In our senior 2-year-old class here, this first animal, a spirited individual, but a long, clean, dairy strength cow with a very youthful udder. She uses that clean cutness, that overall length, the openness to her rib design, and also the volume and capacity to her rear udder to go over this big frame cow coming out in second. Second over third, the second place cow for us, just a little cleaner bone, walks a little bit easier and freer on those rear feet and legs than this big frame cow that comes out in third. Our second cow also a little more balance of symmetry and apparent quality of the rear udder today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Three exhibitors in that senior 2-year-old class. Sponsored by District 9 Holstein Club, Annie Cole, and Bucks Pride LLC. Got that sponsorship lined up just right. Senior 2-year-old class. Final placings, entry number 635 was your winner, Grant Thompson with Brook Hollow Fire Fury RC. Entry 199 was second and first place junior Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone with Silver Hitch Warrior Majesty. And entry 777 was third. We're now ready for our junior 3-year-old class in our black and white show. Junior 3s in the ring, please. In our junior 3-year-old class in our black and white show, first place juniors entry 343, Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Adina. Second place is entry 654, GEA Charisma Cuz, exhibited by Evan Kiko and Greg Cornish. And the winner in your junior 3-year-old class, entry 563, exhibited by Lookwell Farm and Rose Farm, Miss Lookwell Rose Skyline. Judge your comments.
Well, and our junior 3-year-old, just a beautiful frame cow, straight in her lines, a cow that's fresh for a while here on her second calf with a very youthful, snugly attached udder. She goes over the cow in second that's only had one calf fresh since July. Our first cow, just that obvious advantage in overall frame and length. For us, she's a little more chiseled down her top line, a little more volume of rib, and also has a little more volume to her mammary system, and that advantage of having that second calf over this cow that's fresh in July in second. Second over third, the second place cow for us, just a little more balanced. She's a little more balanced in the makeup of the drop to her rear rib. The cow in third with a second calf, the cow in second for us, just holding that udder a little higher above the hock than this long dairy cow that's coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place cow, just a little bit moves more freely on those rear feet and legs than this cow coming along in fourth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Four exhibitors in our junior 3-year-old class in our black and white show, sponsored by Silver Mist Holsteins, Judy Wolford, and the District 5 Holstein Club with Dallas Ryan and friends. Entry 654 was second. Evan Kiko and Greg Hornish with GEA Charisma Cuz. Entry 391 was scratched. Entry 343 was fourth, and first place junior Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Adina. Entry 436 was third. Entry 563 was your winner, Lookwell and Rose Farms with Miss Lookwell Rose Skyline. Congratulations. We're now ready for our senior 3-year-olds in our black and white show.
In our 4-year-old class for our red and white show, second and first junior is Willow Ray Addison Ruby Red, shown by Wyatt Schlau and Jason Lund. And winning the class, Crystal Star AZ 2255, shown by Vanessa Filson. Judge Turner.
Two tremendous frame 4-year-olds here in your 4-year-old class in the red and white show. A cow for me that just has that, to show me a little more dairiness and cleanliness today. She's recently fresh and got cleaned off over the other cow. It is that combination of dairiness and the way she moves on her hind legs, the cleanliness down through her hock today over the big, powerful cow that follows into second. I would grant that the second cow is just a little more correct in the balance of her udder, particularly in her fore udder, but for me, the attachments are strong on the first cow. Her height and width to her rear udder, the way her left side blends into her body wall very snugly, and got all kinds of quality to her mammary system. But the first cow with that width of rump, that dairiness, the way she moves on her hind legs, gets over the cow following in second. Not taking anything away from the cow in second. A cow that's just a powerhouse of a cow, got all kinds of width of chest, width and power up through that front end, got that strength and openness to her rib structure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Again, in our 4-year-old cow class of our red and white show, entry 492 was second and first junior, Willow Ray Addison Ruby Red, shown by Wyatt Schlau and Jason Lund. Entry 122 was the winner of the class, Crystal Star AZ 2255, shown by Vanessa Filson. Now showing our 5-year-old red and white cows. In our 5-year-old cow class, the winner is Lucky Artisan Jacksie Red, shown by Vanessa Filson, Judge Turner.
Single entry here in the 5-year-old class, but third calf 5-year-old. It's been fresh about 10 months. You can certainly really admire her beautiful dairyness and her quality that she has for a cow that's been milking that long. She shows me that femininity, that beautiful head and neck, and that dairyness down through her thighs, in combination with a beautiful mammary system that's certainly high above the hocks, and got that strong attachments both in her fore udder and the height and width to her rear udder. A cow that just shows me that overall balance with that cleanliness and that beautiful mammary system that she has, and a cow that's got that strength up through her front end. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Again, in our 5-year-old red and white class, the winner is entry 123, Lucky Artisan Jacksie Red, shown by Vanessa Filson. Now showing our aged red and white cows. In our age cow class for our red and white show, second is entry 200, Telu Defiant Magnolia Red, also second junior, and winning the class is Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, shown by Lane Francis. Judge Turner.
Well, again, another great class, 4 entries here, a cow to win the class. You just love this cow when you see her coming at you, a cow that's just got that beautiful width to her chest and that wide muzzle, but then she's got that refinement and dairy character. She's got that thin hide. She's got that beautiful long neck and that beautiful chiseled shoulder that walks right into that openness to her rib cage. A cow for me is just in combination with that breed character that she has up to her head and neck. She has those advantages over the cow in second. Cow in first has that angularity. She's got that beautiful turn to her rib and that drop to both her fore and rear rib and that openness and spring today to get over the cow following in second. Kind of a mammary system. I'm going to give the first cow the advantage today in that teat placement, the way it a little more correctly sits underneath each quarter on the cow in first over the cow in second. And again, with that youthfulness to her mammary system as well. But a tremendous frame cow in second. You got to love her overall width and capacity and that wide chest that she has today to get her into second place. She uses that strength and capacity and that hardness to her top line today to get her over the beautiful dairy cow following in third. Third over fourth uses that dairiness, that beautiful combination of dairiness and strength to get over the cow following in fourth. And again, a cow in fourth that has that width and strength and power today, a wide rumped cow, wide rear-uddered cow as well. 4 lovely cows in this class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our age cow class of our red and white show, entry 517 is fourth. Entry 232 is first and first junior, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. Entry 425 is third. And then a cow moved from a previous class is entry 200, Telu Defiant Magnolia Red, second junior, owned by Morgan, Amelia, and Taylor Stone. Congratulations. Now showing our 125,000-pound red and white. In our 125,000-pound class, the winner is Express SMD Mystique Red, shown by Express Holsteins and Stanmardale Holsteins. Judge Turner.
Single entry in your 125,000-pound cow class, but a cow that's 10 years old, had 7 calves. You really got to admire her for longevity, but that width and power that she has, and she carries an extremely youthful udder for a cow that's done that many lactations, done that much work. She's got that length of frame and that overall capacity that she has, a cow that's really stood the test of time and keeps her youthfulness extremely well for a 125,000-pound cow. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Again, in our 125,000-pound class, the winner's Express SMD Mystique Red, shown by Express Holsteins and Stanmardale Holsteins. Now showing for senior champion of our junior red and white show. Showing for senior champion of the junior show is from the 4-year-old cow class, Willow Ray Addison Ruby Red, shown by Wyatt Schlau and Jason Lund. And from the age cow class, first was Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET, shown by Lane Francis, and Telu Defiant Magnolia Red, shown by Morgan, Amelia, and Taylor Stone.
for senior champion in your red and whites in your junior show of your red and white show today. Here's your 3 contestants, your 4-year-old and your 2 age cows. They're the 3 that are eligible for your junior show today. And without any further ado, for me, I think this age cow is pretty easy to be senior champion today with that quality that she has, that beautiful head and neck and all that character. Congratulations. Got to stick with right with their partner here and be reserve if senior champion today again. Cow that just shows me that dairyness and that quality throughout. Just show me a little more cleanliness down through the bone of her hock today than the 4-year-old that's going to be for honorable mention. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. And our first senior champion of our Red and White Junior show, it was the winning age cow, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, shown by Lane Francis. And reserve senior champion was also an age cow, Tailu Defiant Magnolia Red, shown by Morgan Amelia and Taylor Stone. An honorable mention to the 4-year-old, owned by Wyatt Slough and Jason Lund, Willow Ray Addison Ruby Red. Now showing for senior champion of our open show. Jeff Brown made an executive decision. We're doing grand champion of our junior red and white show. Showing for grand of our junior show, our senior champion is the age cow of Lane Francis, Lucky Ross PP Astro Red, and reserve senior champion is Tailu Defiant Magnolia Red, shown by Morgan Amelia and Taylor Stone. Our intermediate champion of our junior show is the senior 2-year-old Henstead's Ember Analyst Red, shown by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding. And reserve intermediate champions, the winner senior 2-year-old Holstein Owl Amanda Red, shown by Caleb Strine. Judge Turner.
Well, thanks. These juniors need just a great introduction, and as you gave them, I think their quality, the sportsmanship, just a pleasure to work with such young people. So I'm going to go select your grand champion, your reserve grand champion, your honorable mention from this set of cows. But while I do that, show your appreciation for these young people and the hard work that they really attribute to the breed. Congratulations. Well, again, a beautiful set of cows here for your grand champion of your junior show. And again, I'll stay with these 2 mature cows. Cows that, as I just indicated and talked about, that combination of frame and dairyness and tremendous mammary system, that's what we look for today. This cow really has that, a cow that just has that beautiful head and neck and that dairyness up and through that front end, that beautiful hard top, love her beautiful shoulder that she has and the way she walks out with that angularity, that openness to that rib structure. Just a cow that just shows me that overall balance throughout. So congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Grand champion of our Red and White Junior show is the age cow owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ PP Astro Jet, and reserve grand owned by Morgan Amelia and Taylor Stone is Tailu Defiant Magnolia Red. And honorable mention goes to the senior 2-year-old owned by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding, Henstead Ember Analyst Red. Now showing for senior champion of our open show.
In our senior 3-year-old Holstein class, second place juniors entry 345, Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinlan. First place juniors entry number 565, Lookwell Farms and Black N Crimson with Miss Lookout Sidekick Piper ET. Second place is entry 661, Kiko Farms with J. Kiko Artisan 851 RC. And the winner in your senior 3-year-old class, entry 354 from Dwayne Cole and Dobie and T. Sherborne, Buckland Brave Flower Child. Judge Trepp, your comments.
Well, a lovely dairy cow with a fantastic udder starts off this class. You really don't realize the balance of this cow until you get the other cows around her. She's long, she's clean, she's dairy, she moves well on those feet and legs, and just a beautiful udder with great volume to the udder and incredible venation. She goes over the second place cow, our first cow, just a little bit more ready today. She's cleaner cut from end to end, a little longer and leaner in her neck, a little sharper over her shoulder, flatter, more and curving in the thigh. When you get in the rear angle of these two cows, our first cow, just so much more height, width, and volume and curvature to the rear udder when viewed from the side as well. Our first cow also moves just a hair nicer on those rear feet and legs than the straight line white cow that's coming out in second. Second over third, the second place cow for us, just a little more balance to her. She's straighter in her lines from end to end, maybe not as tall. When you get in underneath her udder, those front teats are placed more to the midline of the udder. We prefer the length and the placement of the teats on there as well. She's also a little stronger in the pasture than this more recently fresh cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place cow used that volume of rib, the width of her hip spins and throws, and strength of loin to go over this third calver coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place cow for us, just a little bit longer from end to end. She's also got a little bit more balance and symmetry right at the top of the rear udder and more with the rear udder than this cow coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
12 entries in your Holstein senior 3-year-old class, sponsored by Jeff and Laura Reedman and family, and Crimson Lane Holsteins, Tom Thorbon and the brothers. Reading down your program, entry number 111 placed 9th, entry 344 was 4th, 434 placed 6th, entry 565 was 7th, and first place junior Lookwell Farms and Black and Crimson with Miss Lookwell Sidekick Piper ET. Entry 189 placed 10th. Entry 319 was 5th. Entry 354 was your winner, Dwayne Cole, Dobie, and Sherborne with Buckland Brave Flower Child. Entry 316 was 11th. Entry 661 was 2nd. From Kiko Farms, J. Kiko Artisan 851 RC. Entry 546 placed 8th. Entry 345 was 12th, and second place junior Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinlan. Entry 638 was scratched, and entry 188 was third. We're now going to have our lineup for selection of intermediate champion of our junior show. We'll repeat the process for open class and then move into the 4-year-olds.
Showing for senior champion of our Red and White show from our 4-year-old class. First was Crystal Star AZ 2255, shown by Vanessa Filson. And second 4-year-old was Willow Ray Addison Ruby Red, shown by Wyatt Schlau and Jason Lund. From our 5-year-old class, the winner was Lucky Artisan Jaxie Red, shown by Vanessa Filson. From the age cow class, first was Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, shown by Lane Francis, and second was Telu Defiant Magnolia Red, shown by Morgan Amelia and Taylor Stone. And from the 125,000-pound class, first was Express SMD Mystique Red, shown by Express Holsteins and Stan Mardale Holsteins.
our black and white show. We're making our selection of intermediate champion in our junior show. Currently in the ring from our winter senior 2-year-old class, first place was Riley Doria and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinlan. Second place was Kiko Farms with Kiko Chief J. From our senior 2-year-old class, our winner was Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone with Silver Hitch Warrior Majesty. Our junior 3-year-old winner was Riley Doria and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Adina. And from our senior 3-year-old class, our winner was Lookwell Farms and Black and Crimson with Miss Lookwell Sidekick Piper E.T. Congratulations.
And for the senior champion of your open show and your red and whites today, here's your three young ladies, 5-year-old, 2 age cows. I think they just really look like the modern kind of cow for me. They got a combination of dairyness and strength. They got youthfulness to their mammary system. They stand square on their feet and legs, and they got that beautiful combination of dairyness and strength. Cows with hard tops. I'm going to go out and select your senior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order from 3 tremendous cows. It's just been a great opportunity to assess from one end to the other. Senior champion on this age cow, a cow that, as I talked about, just so square in her frame, the way she sits on all 4 legs, just come out of her body, and they just plants them down, and she's got that squareness to her, and she carries that. In combination with the way she moves on her hind legs, a little more flex to her hock, a little more quality to her bone and the flex to her hock today, and the youthfulness to her mammary system over the 5-year-old cow. Also going to give her that advantage in that beautiful head and neck that she has, that breed character, that length of neck, that femininity, that thinness to her hide, and then the angle to her rib. She has that openness, that beautiful angle to her rib, the way it comes off her shoulder and turns into that big open rib cage. She has that advantage today over the extremely long, tall 5-year-old follows in for reserve. A cow you got to admire her for overall size and scale and frame and capacity. And then following in with the other age cow for honorable mention. For me, the 5-year-old just a little cleaner up and through that head and neck and down through her brisket today, and a little nicer in her teat placement today over the second prize age cow. Great group of cows. Congratulations to all the breeders and the exhibitors.
Senior champion of our red and white show is the winning age cow of Lane Francis, Lucky Russ, PP Astro Red. And the reserve senior champion is the 5-year-old owned by Vanessa Filson, Lucky Artisan Jaxie Red. An honorable mention to the second place age cow Steinway Telu Defiant Magnolia Red, owned by Morgan Amelia and Taylor Stone.
Well, before I name the intermediate champion of the Holstein show here, give these juniors a big round of applause for their hard work. We've got our class winners out here from the junior show. Mr. Doley's going to go out. He's going to congratulate our intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. For an intermediate champion, we're going to go with this winner's senior 2-year-old, this black cow. We just really love the balance of this cow. She's very youthful in her frame, straight in her lines, moves well around the ring with a beautiful mammary system. She goes over the senior 3-year-old for us today. As you analyze her udder, the winner, the intermediate champion is a little more nearly level on the udder floor. She's also just a hint stronger in her pastern and is more nearly level from hips to pins. The senior 3-year-old over the senior 2-year-old for reserve. Just more overall frame and length from end to end, and also the advantage of having that second calf, giving her more volume and shape to the rear udder. Intermediate champion on your winter senior 2-year-old, reserve on the senior 3-year-old, and honorable mention on the fall senior 2-year-old. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the intermediate champion of our junior show, exhibited by Riley Dorina and Avery Randall. Stan Mardale, Quinlan, congratulations. Reserve intermediate champion, exhibited by Lakewell and Black and Crimson Farms, Miss Lookout Sidekick Piper E.T. And honorable mention honors go to Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone with Silver Hitch Warrior Majesty. Congratulations.
Showing for grand champion of our Red and White show, the intermediate champion is the senior 3-year-old, owned by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring, Pondview Butterscotch Red. Reserve intermediate champion was the junior 3-year-old, owned by Delbert and Heather Yoder, Brook Hollow Don't You Red. The senior champion was the winning age cow, owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. And the reserve senior champion is the winning 5-year-old, owned by Vanessa Filson, Lucky Artisan Jaxie Red. Judge Turner.
Well, 4 tremendous cows when you see your intermediate champions back out here with your senior champions. 4 cows that just really get me excited. Cows that really are a tribute to the breeders and the exhibitors and the breed in the industry in itself. Cows that just have that breed character. They exemplify what we look for with youthfulness, tremendous mammary systems, beautiful hard tops, tremendous feet and legs. I could talk about these cows all day long. They got quality and they got breed character and they got tremendous udders, and I think these young cows are going to have a tremendous future. That's why these 2 young cows are going to be seeing your overall grand champion in your reserve today. Congratulations. For me, these 2 intermediate champions take it to the end of the day. Cows that just really get me excited. I think they both got great futures, and I think they're both on the money today with that combination they have of strength and dairiness. And like I said in the intermediate champion, your grand champion cow's just got a little extra extension in that frame from end to end. Just got a little more of the way she sets her hind legs up just a little more correctly underneath herself today. Just a little more flex to her hock, and in combination with that beautiful mammary system, that height and width that she has in her rear udder. Not taking anything away from the reserve grand champion cow again. A beautiful young cow with all kinds of combination of dairiness and strength. 2 cows that look so uniform, so beautiful together, and a great combination. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Grand champion of your Red and White show is the intermediate champion and senior 3-year-old, owned by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring, Pondview Butterscotch Red. Reserve grand champion is the reserve intermediate champion and the junior 3-year-old, owned by Delbert and Heather Yoder, Brook Hollow Don't You Red. An honorable mention to the senior champion age cow, owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. Congratulations.
Over in our black and white ring, we have our selection of intermediate champion in our open show. Currently in the ring from our junior 2-year-old class is from Steinway Dairy is Steinway Amathon Bliss Second place was Matthew Steiner with Peace and Plenty Honor Jube 360. From the winner's senior 2-year-old class, our winner was James Neipel and Lily Elsaw with Wapsie Anna LaCour. Second place was Riley Dora and Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Quinlan. From the senior 2-year-old class, our winner was Grant Thompson with Brook Hollow Fire Fury RC. And second place was Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone with Silver Hitch Warrior Majesty. In the junior 3-year-old class, our winner was Lookwell and Rose Farms with Miss Lookwell Rose Skyline. Second place was Evan Kiko and Greg Cornish with GEA Charisma Cuz. And from our senior 3-year-old class, our winner was Dwayne Cole, Dobe, and Sherborne with Buckland Brave Flower Child. Second place was Kiko Farms with J. Kiko Artisan 851 RC. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor for Dean and I to work through the young cow classes here over the noon hour, I guess it would be, in the Holstein ring. Let's please give these breeders, exhibitors, a big round of applause for the animals presented in front of us. These are the 4 cows for us that kind of in contention for intermediate champion. Starting on my right, we have our first place winner, senior 2-year-old, and our second place winner, senior 2-year-old, and then our pair of senior 3-year-olds. 4 quality dairy cows, straight in their lines. They spell milk from end to end. Have beautiful, well-attached, youthful udders underneath them. I'll go out, I'll select your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. I don't milk cows every day, but a cow like this, I think anybody would be proud to go to their barn and milk her every day. The senior 3-year-old She's long, she's dairy, she's open in her rib design, and just a beautiful quality udder that spells a lot of milk. As I said in class, she goes over our second place senior 3-year-old, just a little more refined all the way through, and when you get in behind him, more height and width and extension at the top of the rear udder. It gets a little closer for reserve, but we're going to go with the maturity, the second calver, the second place senior 3-year-old over our winter yearling. For us, maybe just a little bit more width to that front end, also having that second calf, and we feel she's just a hint more mobile on those rear feet and legs. Intermediate champion on your first place senior 3-year-old, reserve intermediate on the second place senior 3, and honorable mention on our first place winner, our winner senior 2-year-old. Congratulations.
A big round of applause for our intermediate champion, exhibited by Dwayne Cole, Dobe, and Sherborne Buckland, Brave Flower Child. Congratulations. Reserve intermediate champion is from Kiko Farms, J. Kiko Artisan 851 RC. And honorable mention honors go to James Nipel and Lily Elsaw with Wapsie Anna Liqueur. Congratulations. Take a few photos, and then we'll be ready to run right into the 4-year-old class.
Announcement for the Ohio Junior Holstein Association. They are selling raffle tickets, $5 a ticket for them. You do not need to be present to win. They've got a drawing following the Holstein show. There are 8 prizes awarded from this drawing, from a flush to ice cream to gift certificates and show supplies. So please see Evie Reedman. Evie was around here somewhere. Raise your hand, or look up Evie Reedman for your Ohio Junior Holstein Association raffle tickets.
Catch up on a couple class sponsors here. Our intermediate champion here in our black and white show is sponsored by Land O'Lakes Feeds and Tri-County Animal Clinic. And Molten Embryos. Thank you very much for the sponsorships. Reminder, folks, Jenny Thomas is available for your photography needs. I hear she's over by the viaduct. That's the railroad tracks for you young people. Stop in, see Jenny, get a picture taken. Bruce and I get a cheeseburger for every person we refer to Jenny. So somebody go visit Jenny because Bruce is getting hungry.
In our winter heifer calf class of our red and white show, second is entry 826 Millionaire Azalea Red, shown by Audrey Seidel. And winning the class is Cost Dice Assassin Red, shown by Will Cole. Judge Turner.
Changing gears here, getting into the beautiful set of red and white heifers, and a great way to start your heifer show off today in your December calf class. Just a beautiful balanced calf to win the class. A calf that for me has just that advantage today in that drop to her openness, her rib, her depth of rib structure, her openness and spring to both her forward and rear rib, and also giving her an advantage in her feet and legs today. There's more correctness to the set to her hind legs, the way she moves on her hind legs, the width between her hocks over the extremely tall calf that follows into second. Second is a beautiful tall calf, got a beautiful side profile. And she uses that side profile and that overall size and scale to get over the calf following in third today. Third, a beautifully balanced calf, and she uses that balance in combination with her depth and her balance and her overall cleanliness throughout today to get over the calf following in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she has an advantage in that just that length of body. She's a little longer body calf, showing me a little more width overall. Fifth over sixth gives me that advantage today, just that overall capacity, width, and strength, particularly in that heart and chest region in the calf following her. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our winter heifer calf class for red and white show, entry 181 was fourth. 279 was the winner of the class, Cost Dice Assassin Red, shown by Will Cole. Entry 324 was third. 826 was second, Millionaire Azalea Red, shown by Audrey Seidel. 515 was fifth, and 461 was sixth. Now showing our fall heifer calves, our red and white show.
In our 4-year-old Holstein class, first place juniors entry 477, Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. Second place is entry 617, Jay Ackley, Bill Lund, and Jim and Valerie Spring with Fampage Lambda Clandestine. And the winner in your 4-year-old class is entry number 620, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Sunspark Chief Snuggles. Judge, trap your comments.
Well, a really nice group of 4-year-olds out here, but a handy winner for Dean and I. This first place cow, third calf, fresh since the end of last September. Just love the balance, the straightness of line, the dairy strength that she exudes, and just a beautiful mammary system. She goes over the cow in second that's also fresh in September, only on her second calf. Our first cow, just a little more volume all the way through, a little bit more capacity, more spring of rib, more depth of rib, and maybe just a little more width at the top of the rear udder than this lovely balanced cow coming out in second. Second over third, it is the balance, the straightness of lines, the balance to her rib structure, how she's a little more youthful on how she moves around the ring on her rear feet and legs than this framey, long black cow out in third. Third over fourth, similar cows here. The third cow for us today, just prefer the turn to the rear udder. We also prefer how her teeth size and placement over this big frame black cow coming out in fourth. And fourth over fifth, a closer placing here. The fourth cow for us has had the advantage of having that third calf over the cow that's been fresh almost a year coming along in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Five exhibitors in our Holstein 4-year-old cow class, sponsored by District 11, Nancy McGuire, and Tri-County Animal Clinic. Reading down your program, entry number 617 was second. Jay Ackley, Bill Lund, and Jim and Valerie Spring with Famapage Lambda Clandestine. Entry 426 was scratched. Entry 477 was third, and first junior Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. Entry number 620 was your winner, Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Sunspark Chief Snuggles. Entry 112 placed fourth, and write-in entry 566 placed fifth. We're now ready for our 5-year-olds in our Holstein show. 5-year-olds in the ring.
In our fall heifer calf class of our red and white show, second is entry 822, Kiko Acetylene MGAC 2355 red, and winning the class entry 417, Ms. Bashful's Al Bliss red, owned by Aaliyah Booning. Judge Turner.
Well, a really beautiful set of heifers here in your fall heifer calf class. For me, a very similar pair of heifers on the top, but I'm going to start the class with a heifer. It's just got a little more angularity, a little more cleanliness up and through that head and neck, to show me a little more extension throughout. It's a heifer just got a little, takes up a little more real estate. She's a little wider, a little taller, a little longer all the way through, but very similar mate heifers. Are really extremely, both the first and second, got that balance. Heifers with hard tops, and they got that angularity. It is that angularity and that drop to the rib, their openness today to get over heifer following in third. Really a beautiful side profile on the heifer in third. She's just a little tight for me to get her any more openness, to get her any higher in the class. But she does give you a beautiful side profile, and she uses that overall length of her frame today and the hardness of her top to get over the heifer following in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the heifer for me just tracks a little square on all 4 feet today, just a little straighter on her front legs, a little more comfortable on her hind legs. That is the beautiful dairy heifer that follows out into fifth. Fifth uses that angularity, that femininity, and that youthfulness in her frame today to get over the deep-bodied heifer following in sixth. Congratulations.
In our fall heifer calf class for a red and white show, entry 866 was 10th, 511 13th, 467 was 12th, 729 was scratched, 621 was 7th, 416 was 9th, 843 was 3rd, 144 was 4th, 419 was 8th, 417 was the winner of the class, Ms. Bashful's Al Bliss red, owned by Aaliyah Bruning. Entry 822 was second, Kiko Acetylene MJC 2355, owned by Kiko Holsteins. Entry 238 was sixth, 307 was fifth, and 469 was 11th. Now showing our summer yearling red and whites.
In our Holstein 5-year-old class, first place juniors entry number 420, exhibited by Lily Trapper, Braxton Finley, and Grayson Elsall. She is Miss Nashholm Gold Chip Ferrari. In second place is entry 569 from Lookout Farms, Del Creek Boom Boom Pow ET. And the winner in your 5-year-old class is entry number 623, exhibited by Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring, and Bill Lund. She is Royal Walter Park Avenue Dawn. Congratulations. Judge Trapp, your comments.
Well, again, a really nice group of 5-year-olds out here, but for Dean and I, a real logical winner, a cow that's the only cow in the class that's had 4 calvings. She's been fresh since August. The kind of the epitome of dairy strength, openness, fantastic udder. There's a lot of things you can say that you really like about this cow. For us, she goes over the second place cow to add that advantage of having 1 more calf, but also for us, a little straighter and stronger over her top line, a little more balance in their width and strength of her front end, and a little more length to that forudder than the cow coming out in second. Second over third for us, it's more about mobility. The cow in second, so much cleaner boned about her hocks, strides, nicer on those rear feet and legs, and also has more extension at the top of the rear udder than this high chine cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place cow, a little bit stronger on her pasterns, a little steeper in her heel, and a little more length from end to end than the cow coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place cow, just a little bit more balance, has more definition of seam up through the back of the rear udder than the recently fresh red cow coming out behind her. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
5-year-old Holstein class is sponsored by Cargill Animal Nutrition and District 12, Mr. Lou Brown and friends. 8 exhibitors in our 5-year-old class. Reading down your program, entry number 520 was 7th, entry 422 was 4th, entry 431 placed 8th, entry 667 placed 3rd. Entry 623 was your winner, Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring, and Bill Lund with Royal Water Park Avenue Dawn. Entry number 620 was 6th and first place junior, Lily Trapper, Braxton Finley, and Grayson Elsaw with Miss Nashholm Gold Chip Ferrari. Entry number 320 placed 5th, and entry 569 was 2nd. From Lookwell Farms, Del Creek, Boom Boom Tau ET, congratulations. We're now ready for our aged cow class. Aged cows in the ring, please.
In our summer yearling class, second place goes to entry 491, Velvet View Repent Red, owned by Wyatt Schlau and Lena Krosky. And winning the class is entry 196, Etkin Light Relish Red, owned by Ava, Leah, Nora, and Lily Menzie and Lily Tedrick. Judge Turner.
Yeah, beautiful heifer class all the way down the line here in the summer yearlings. Heifer to win the class. Heifer for me, the track's a little straighter on her hind legs, got some more angularity, particularly up and through that head and neck. She is showing me more length, more cleanliness, more femininity than the balanced heifer that follows into second. In the second heifer, not only in that combination and that dairyness and that openness and angularity to her rib structure that she she just tracks a little more comfortably and more correct on her hind legs today than is the long-bodied heifer that follows into third. And the heifer in third uses that overall length of frame today and that overall length and from end to end to get over the heifer following in fourth. Fourth over fifth, a heifer that just has a little more stature, a little more point top right at the point of wither, just a little longer, a little wider throughout. Granted that the heifer in fifth, a little more correct on her hind legs today, but just not quite as much heifer today to get her any higher in the class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Placings in your summer yearling class of the Red and White Show. Entry 230 was 4th, 706th, 302 7th. 491 was second in the class. Velvet View Repent Red, owned by Wyatt Schlau and Lena Krosky. 675 was third. 196 was the winner of the class. Etkin Light Relish Red, owned by Ava, Leah, and Nor Menzie and Lily Tedrick. And entry 853 was fifth. Now showing our spring yearling red and white heifers.
In our Holstein aged cow class, second juniors entry 225, Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET. Second place and first junior is entry number 418, Lily Elsaw with Gino Dorman Tesla. And the winner in your aged cow class is entry number 318, Edkinway with Edkinway Chief Danica. Judge Trepp, your comments.
Well, a really nice group of aged cows here from top to the bottom, and Dean and I are standing back there admiring these cows at the amount of production that they've had in their lifetime, and just the number of calvings represented on these cows. A lot of these cows, handful of calves every year, and that's quite impressive. The cow we're starting with combines the overall frame, length, hardness of top, and the best udder in the class today. She goes over our second place cow. On that rear view, she's got more height, width, and extension at the top of the rear udder. She's also stronger in her pastures than this nice frame cow that's coming out in second. Second over third for us, the cow in second. More definition, a seam right up through the back of the rear udder, more width to the rear udder, and maybe a little more strength to the front end, and the red cow coming out in third. Third over fourth, the third place cow for us. Just straighter and stronger in her lines, with a little more youthful look to her from end to end than this cow coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the fourth place cow for us, just more of a complete package for us, just showing just a little bit more apparent quality to her mammary system today than the nice frame cow that's coming out in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Nine exhibitors in our aged cow class, sponsored by Henry Farms, Mark Henry, and Rowhaven Holsteins, Mr. Paul Haskins. Reading down to your program, entry 524 placed ninth. Entry 318 was your winner, Edginway Farms with Edginway Chief Danica. Entry 225 was third and second place junior, Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET. Entry 549 placed sixth. Entry 317 placed fifth. Entry 814 was fourth. Entry 862 placed seventh. Entry 418 was second and first place junior, Lily Elsaw with Gino Dorman Tesla. And entry 202 was scratched. One entry in our 150,000 pound class. Then we'll be ready for senior champion of our junior show, and probably roll right into grand champion of our junior show also. So folks, please be ready.
Just one entry in our production class here, a cow that's 9 years old, 6 calvings fresh in September, a cow that's long, clean, and dairy. Love the teat placement on this cow, well deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
In your 150,000 pound class, sponsored by Miley Holstein Farms. On both my lists, that hasn't happened yet today. Our winner is entry number 550, Simpson Plainfield Farms with Plainfield Solomon Finesse ET. Congratulations. In our Holstein ring, we have our juniors competing for senior champion. From the 4-year-old class, our winner was Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. In our 5-year-old class, our winner was Lily Trapper Braxton Finley and Grayson Elsaw with Miss Nasholm Gold Chip Ferrari. And from our aged cow class, we have Lily Elsaw with Gino Dorman Tesla and Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PPS Row Red ET. Congratulations.
Well, before I name senior champion of our junior show in the Holstein ring, please give our juniors a real nice round of applause. In our junior show, we have our first place junior 4-year-old, the first place 5-year-old, and our first and second age cows for the junior show out here vying for senior champion of the junior show. Mr. Doley's going to go out. He's going to congratulate the senior champion reserve and honorable mention in that order. Tina and I really appreciate this aged cow here, a beautiful framed cow, 7 years old, 5 calvings, just a knitted on udder that's great height and width to it. And she uses that height and width to go over our red cow that'll be reserved. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer for us. We feel the red cow just a couple more calvings here, a little bit more balance to her rib structure than the 4-year-old that'll be honorable mention. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Congratulations to our senior champion of our junior show, exhibited by Lily Elsaw, Gino Dorman Tesla. Congratulations. Reserve senior champion of our junior show from Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PPS Row Red ET. And honorable mention honors go to Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. Congratulations.
In our spring yearling heifer class for Red and White show, second and first junior is entry 105 Wabash Way Tally Red, owned by Grace Sechrist, and winning the class is entry 440 Gencraft Alpha Jackie Red, owned by James Nipel. Judge Turner.
Beautiful set of spring yearlings here, and really just a beautiful, logical heifer to win the class. A heifer that's just got that beautiful balance. Not the largest heifer in the class, but when you see this heifer from the distance and when you get up on her, that breed character just kind of takes you away. She's just stellar in through that femininity, that breed character, that cleanliness down through her leg. And that is one of the structures that she has advantage over the second heifer, not only in that depth and openness to her rib, but she's a little nicer in the way she sets down her rear feet and the strength and through her pasture and in the correctness of that pasture and structure. Then the beautiful side profile, very similar made balanced heifer that follows into second. Second over third, she has that advantage for me in that overall femininity, that dairiness, that breed character, particularly up and through that head, neck, and brisket. Then the extremely framey heifer that follows into third. She uses that frame and capacity, and I'm going to give her an advantage, even though I'd like to change her foot and leg. She's a little more desirable in her set to her leg today than the big framey heifer that follows into fourth. Fourth uses that advantage in that rib structure. She's a deeper body, deeper chested heifer, got more width and capacity and openness than the heifer following in fifth. Fifth over six, a heifer for me, even though I like to give her a little more rib. She has more angularity to her rib. She's got more way her rib structure comes off of her shoulder more correctly than the long-bodied heifer that follows into sixth. Thank you.
Placings in our spring yearling class of our red and white show: 857 was 8th, 231 9th, 105 was 2nd and 1st junior, Wabash Way Tally Red, owned by Grace Sechrist; 177 was 7th, 443 was 5th, 513 was 3rd and 2nd junior, Broadview C Tango Juice Red, owned by Jamison Gilbert; 440 was the winner of the class, Gencraft Alpha Jackie Red, owned by James Nipel; 485 was 6th, 240 was 10th, and 579 was 4th. Now showing our winter yearlings of our red and white show.
Well, been a real honor for Dean and I to work with the juniors here today in the Holstein ring. They've competed hard all day, and we're about to name their grand champion. But before I do, just want to thank the parents giving your kids or 4-H kid opportunities to help our industry continue to grow, to be successful, to get to the future, teaching them, you know, the values of many of the farm life that all of us enjoy and appreciate. This is not easy work. It's hard work. These, you know, they could be in front of tablets or TVs or their phones, but they're out here working hard. A lot of these cows are outweighing these kids by quite a bit, and they're working really hard. So show your appreciation with a big round of applause for our juniors and the work that they've done today. Mr. Doley's going to go out. He's going to congratulate our grand champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. For us to make this age cow champion is very fitting for us, a cow that's 7 years old, 5 calvings, like I said, just a beautiful, well-attached udder that's very youthful, but also has plenty of volume to spell volumes, loads of milk. She'll be your grand champion cow today. She just has an advantage over this beautiful, youthful winter senior 2-year-old with 1 calf. Just that obvious advantage in overall frame and the number of calvings that she's had. But this winter 2-year-old here, I think this young lady is going to have a lot of fun with her. Bright future for this cow, a beautiful udder underneath her. She's just holding the more definition of the seam up through the back of her rear udder over the red cow. That'll be honorable mention. Congratulations once again for our juniors on their outstanding day.
Congratulations, Lily Elsall, with Gina Dorman Tesla, your grand champion of your junior show here today. Reserve grand champion is your intermediate champion, Stan Mardale Quinlan, exhibited by Riley Dora and Avery Randall. And honorable mention honors go to Lane Francis with Lucky Russ, PP Astro Red ET. Congratulations. Our senior champion sponsors are Gerber Feed Service, Southern Hills Holsteins, Chad Griffith, and Bill Indu with Priority One, and Sunrise Cooperative, Maria Brubaker. Thank you very much. Now in the ring competing for senior champion of our open show. From our 4-year-old class, our winner was Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring with Sunspark Chief Snuggles. Second place was Jay Ackley, Bill Lund, and Jim and Valerie Spring with Fammy Page Lambda Clandestine. From the 5-year-old class, your winner was Jay Ackley, Bill Lund, and Jim and Valerie Spring with Royal Water Park Avenue Dawn. Second place was Lookwell Farms with Dell Creek Boom Boom Pow E.T. From our aged cow class, our winner was Edgenway Chief Danica from Edgenway Farms. Second place was Lily Elsaw with Gina Dorman Tesla. And from our 150,000-pound class, our winner was Simpson Plainfield Farms with Plainfield Solomon Finesse E.T. Congratulations.
Well, before I name our senior champion here, it's been a beautiful cow show. It's been fun for Dean and I to work with them. We got our first and second 4-year-olds out here, our 5-year-old, and our aged cow. Let's give a round of applause to these exhibitors. Tremendous group of cows. Without further ado, I'll go out, I'll name your senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. For us, for senior champion, this 5-year-old cow, she's done everything you could ever ask her to do. Fresh in August, 4th calf, straight as a string, beautiful open rib design, moves well on her legs with a fantastic udder. For us, just that advantage of having one more calf. She's got a little bit more depth and sweep to the rear rib over the 4-year-old for us today. We also prefer how her throws placed a little bit nicer. She's a little bit more nearly level from hips to pins. Both beautiful uddered cows. The 4-year-old over our aged cow for reserve. Just cleaner boned about her hock, but we love this aged cow's frame. the number of calves that she has, the great height and width of rear udder that she has. Senior champion on your first place 5-year-old, reserve on the first 4-year-old, and honorable mention on your age cow. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring, and Bill Lund, senior champion, Royal Water Park Avenue Dawn. Congratulations. Reserve senior champion is your first place 4-year-old, exhibited by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring, Sunspark Chief Snuggles. And honorable mention honors go to Edgenway Chief Danica from Edgenway Farms. Congratulations.
In our winter yearling class for our Red and White show, second is entry 104, Ms. Rompen Mustang Red, owned by Kate Ziegler. And entry 392 is first, Linvale Style Magoo Red, owned by Lauren Lamoureux. Judge Turner.
Yeah, another beautiful set of heifers and a really a pair of top heifers at the top end of this class. Similar made kind of heifers, but the first heifer for me has that advantage in just being a longer heifer. She's longer in her head and neck. She's longer, carries that extension of frame. And in saying that, she's a little more open in that midsection, not quite as tight as the heifer in second, just has that openness. And in saying that, she's a nicer down through the foot and her leg today than the heifer following in second. Heifer in second, that's very similar made. I just feel that dairiness, that quality, and that foot and leg on that first heifer has the advantage. But you got to love the drop to her rib and the capacity in that midsection on the second heifer. Second heifer just has that overall width and capacity today, the fullness to her rib structure, and a little more desirable set to her hock than the beautiful angular heifer that follows into third. Third uses that angularity, that fullness to and drop to her rib today is also the advantage and she has in the third heifer is that slope from hooks to pins over the beautiful January heifer that follows into fourth. Really got to love her side profile, her dairiness, and her quality that she has. And she uses that dairiness and that quality and that overall length and femininity to get over the heifer following in fifth. Beautiful set of heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our winter yearling class of our Red and White show, in your programs, 124 is fourth, 104 is second, Ms. Rompen Mustang Red, owned by Kate Ziegler. Entry 392 was the winner of the class, and first junior Linvale Style Magoo Red, owned by Lauren Lamoureux. Entry 690 was third, 361 was fifth, 630 was sixth, and second junior Westway Altitude Whiplash Red, owned by Aubrey Payne, and 694 was seventh. Now showing our fall yearlings of our Red and White show.
Well, before I name grand champion of the Holstein show, just want to say a couple thank yous. Thank you to all the volunteers here, the staff that keeps this show moving smoothly, the ringmen that's helped us the last couple days, our sanitary engineers that keep the mud off our boots, so we appreciate that. Also like to say thank you to the breeders and exhibitors, the guys back in the barns, the guys at home putting in the hard work. It's always an honor and a pleasure to judge, but it's always an honor and a pleasure to judge when you have great animals and you can find the type that you like. As you can see, we like straight line dairy individuals, open rib, good feet and legs, and outstanding udders, and I think these individuals out here represent that. I'd also like to thank my associate, Mr. Dean Doley. Dean and I have been friends for decades, I would say. That's probably the best way to put it. He's a great cow man. He's a great family man. He milks cows every day, and so it's always nice to have his opinion and his honest opinion of what we see out here. So he's been a real attribute to me and a pleasure to work with him. Please give all those people a nice round of applause. I'll go out and congratulate your grand reserve and honorable mention. For Dean and I, we love our intermediate champions, but we're going to stay with the maturity. Like I said, this 5-year-old cow, epitome of dairy strength, great, fantastic udder, just makes a great champion. It'll keep me awake thinking about her on my way home today and tomorrow. She goes over the 4-year-old as we talked about, and then we're going to bring in the age cow as our honorable mention, a beautiful frame cow, tremendous udder cow for that number of calvings. So grand champion on your 5-year-old, reserve on the 4-year-old, honorable mention on your aged cow. It's been a pleasure, honor to judge your show. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again to our grand champion female, exhibited by Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring, and Bill Lund. Royal Water, Park Avenue Dawn, congratulations. Reserve grand honors go to your first place 4-year-old, exhibited by Jay Ackley and Jim and Valerie Spring, Sunspark Chief Snuggles. And honorable mention honors go to Edgenway Farms with Edgenway Chief Danica, congratulations. Before everybody scoots away, if we could have a representative from Steinway come to the table. Damon Bertke, you're the premier breeder and premier exhibitor of our show here today, so we have some hardware over here for you also.
In our fall yearling class of our Red and White show, second place goes to entry 172, Oakfield Dev Footsie, red, owned by Elizabeth Laney. She is also first junior. Entry 438 was first, Quiet Cove Hot Topic, red, owned by Quiet Cove Holsteins. Judge Turner.
Well, kind of wrapping up the heifer classes before we get into the champions. Certainly have a great finish when you get a beautiful heifer like this to come to the top in your fall yearling class, a heifer with such balance and style, but that combination of openness and dairiness as well. Heifer that just has that spring to her rib and that width to her chest, but carries that femininity throughout as well. She has that advantage today just in that overall extension that dropped to both her fore and rear rib today over the heifer following in second. A heifer that sits into second place on that angularity that dropped to both her fore and rear rib. And a heifer that's more correct in her rump structure today than the big, tall, long-bodied heifer that follows into third. You got to admire the heifer in third for her overall size and scale, and she has that wide chest and that wide muzzle, and she uses that advantage in that size and scale and capacity of width of chest that she has to get over the heifer following in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the heifer that just has that overall advantage today in her feet and legs, that a little stronger in the set to her legs, more correct to the set to her legs. Also giving her the advantage in that width to her chest. She's wider muzzled and wider chested and showing me a little more strength throughout than the beautiful dairy heifer that follows into fifth. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Turner. In our fall yearling class, placings 172 was second and first junior. Oakfield Dev Footsie, red, owned by Elizabeth Laney. 459 was fourth. 438 was the winner of the class, Quiet Cove Hot Topic, red, owned by Quiet Cove Holsteins. 503 was fifth. 860 was third and second junior. Silver Hitch, Piece of Cake, red, owned by Morgan, Amelia, Taylor, and Marshall Stone. And the entry 200 was in another class. We will now show for junior champion of our junior red and white show.
Over in our Holstein ring, judges don't leave yet. Trap, don't leave yet. We have some group classes. Trap. Okay, so group classes hold off. A couple class sponsors we need to finish up with. Our grand champion female sponsor was the Holstein Association, Kelly Dunkley. Our grand champion female, our reserve grand champion female was sponsored by Berg Farms, Regina Berg. Also sponsoring those awards were Heartline Valley Farms and Pleasant View Dairy, the Kikos. Thank you very much. Our first group class will be best three females. If you guys have those, if you want to kind of pre-assemble them. At least that's what's on my chart.
Showing for junior champion of our junior red and white show from the winter heifer calf class. First was Cost Dice Assassin Red, shown by Will Cole. And second junior was Millionaire Azalea Red, shown by Audrey Seidel. From our fall heifer calf class, first was Ms. Bashful's Owl Bliss Red, shown by Leah Bruning. And second was Kiko Acetylene MJC 2355 Red, owned by Kiko Holsteins. From our summer yearling class, first junior was Etkin Light Relish Red, shown by Ava, Leah, Nora Menzie, and Lily Tedrick. And second was Velvet View Repent Red, shown by Wyatt Schlau and Lena Krosky. From the spring yearling class, first was Wabash Way Tally Red, shown by Grace Sechrist. And second was Broadview C Tango Juice Red, shown by Jamison Gilbert. From our winter yearling class, first was Linvale Style Magoo Red, shown by Lauren Lamoureux. And second was Westway Alt Whiplash Red, shown by Aubrey Payne. And from our fall yearling class, first was Oakfield Dev Footsie Red, shown by Elizabeth Laney. And second was Silver Hitch Piece of Cake Red, shown by Morgan Amelia Taylor and Marshall Stone.
For your red and white show and your junior champion of your red and white show, here's your 5 that I pulled out for consideration for junior champion of your junior show of your red and white. I think just 5 beautiful heifers just really show me a lot of similarities, which is credit to the breeders and the exhibitors that show the quality, the femininity, the breed character, the balance that these 5 heifers have at the end of the day. I think it's really a credit to you and the breeders and the exhibitors and everybody back in the barn. So thank you, and I say thanks to these great young people. Before I go select those champions, why don't you put your hands together for these great young kids, and the job that they've done here the last few days has just been outstanding to the next level. Congratulations. Gotcha. Just added a little technical difficulty there. All good. Junior champion on the calf. I think a calf for me has the least amount of faults today. Just that December winter calf, just so correct, so balanced, so feminine. Got that beautiful set of feet and legs. I give her the advantage over the reserve today. Not only just that drop to her rib, got a little slight advantage in that angularity and that openness. I realize she's just a youngster, but also that femininity in that head and neck today. Just takes a little lead over the big winter yearling following for reserve. And your fall calf's going to be your honorable mention, a calf again that I think just has that balance. And overall, I think a heifer that keeps going and keeps growing. She's going to have a nice future as well. Love the balance, the symmetry, the correctness of all these heifers, and extremely great job on these young people. Well done.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Junior champion of our junior red and white show is the winning winter calf of Will Cole, Cost Dice Assassin Red. Reserve junior champion of the junior show is the winter yearling owned by Lauren Lamoureux, Linvale Style Magoo Red. And honorable mention is the fall heifer calf owned by Aaliyah Bruning, Ms. Bashful Owl Bliss Red. Congratulations to our juniors. Now showing for our junior champion of our red and white open show.
In our Holstein ring, 3 nice groups out here for our senior best 3 females, but a logical winner for us. First group over the second group, just more overall maturity in their frame, a little bit more width and capacity from end to end. The second and third group get a little bit closer, but for us, a little more uniformity and youthfulness, snugness to the other attachments over the group coming out in third. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Showing for junior champion of our red and white open show from the winter calf class. First was Cost Dice Assassin Red, owned by Will Cole, and second was Millionaire Azalea Red, owned by Audrey Seidel. From our fall heifer calf class, first was Ms. Bashful Owl Bliss Red, owned by Aaliyah Bruning, and second was Kiko Acetylene MJC 2355 Red, owned by Kiko Holsteins. From the summer yearling class, first was Ekin Light Relish Red, owned by Ava Leah Nora Menzie and Lily Tedrick. Second was Velvet View Repent Red, owned by Wyatt Schlau and Laney Krosky. From the spring yearling class, first was Gencraft Alpha Jackie Red, owned by James Nipel, and second was Wabash Way Tally Red, owned by Grace Sechrist. From the winter yearling class, first was Linvale Style Magoo Red, owned by Lauren Lamoureux, and second was Miss Rompin Mustang Red, owned by Kate Ziegler. From the fall yearling class, first was Quiet Cove Hot Topic Red, owned by Quiet Cove Holsteins, and second was Oakfield Dev Footsie Red, owned by Elizabeth Laney.
Just to finish up our Holstein show here, kind of a 2-for-1. In front of me, these 5 cows here are a dairy herd. Just one entry in that class, well deserving of a blue ribbon. Straight line cows, like the youthfulness of their mammary systems, and they fit together quite nice. So congratulations to their breeder exhibitor. And then on my left, we have a dam and offspring, or a dam and calf, and just one entry in that group, and you can see why they're related to each other. Straight in their lines, open in their dairy rib design. Congratulations to that group as well. Thank you.
All right, while Judge Turner is working through his junior champion, we're going to make a couple announcements for the Ohio Junior Holstein Association raffle. So we're going to start from the bottom of the awards up. So the Golden Links Products Award is going to Deb Klein is the winner of the Golden Links products, so you can see Evie or they will be in contact with you. For the bucket of show supplies from PBS Animal Health, the winner is Nick Grieve. Nick Grieve is the winner of the PBS Animal Health show supplies. For the $50 semen gift certificate from Select Sires Member Cooperative, the winner is Mark Tatarka. Congratulations. For the $100 gift certificate from Walnut Hill Feed, that winner is Paul Haskins. Way to go, Holstein. I think he owes me something. We will be doing Supreme here just shortly, so if you can have your junior show and open show heifers at ringside, and the cows will follow with junior show and open show for Supreme. And Judge Turner is ready for his selection of junior champion of the Red and White show.
Well, it's just been an honor and a privilege to work through the Red and White show. Echo a lot of what Paul Trapp said, just the thank yous to the people that make this happen day in and day out. It just didn't show up here. The hospitality that we've had the last couple of days have been second to none, both in the ring and out of the ring. It's just tremendous, the people that we get to work with and the cattle that got presented. It's just an honor and a privilege for me to be here to assess such great cattle. Both of these great breeders and these great exhibitors have been to Ohio a few times, and it's always just a pleasure to come back and see the great caliber, the quality, and the numbers just keep growing. The enthusiasm couldn't be at a higher level, and I credit to all the breeders, the exhibitors, and the teams back at home to make this happen. So thank you very much for the honor and the privilege. At this time, I'm going to go select your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention from 5 great heifers that just have that balance, that symmetry, that quality that we look for. Tremendous heifers with that overall capacity, but they got strength and they also got dairiness. And these heifers really exemplify that. So one more spin, and then I'll make my selection and show your appreciation for these great breeders. Senior yearling, spring yearling, fall, winter calf. This heifer for me just has that combination of dairiness and strength today that I talked about. Exemplifies quality, exemplifies balance, exemplifies openness. For me today, she's just a little more correct right in her hock structure, the way she tracks on her hind legs in the reserve heifer. Just a slight advantage in that category, but boy, this spring yearling gives you just a wow look from the side, and that's why she tidies up in there. Just change the hock on her just ever so slightly, she would knock off the other one. But today, that's the way I see him. The big yearling just has that slight advantage in that hock region, the way she tracks on her hind legs. But boy, that spring yearling's cut. And she has that openness and capacity. Obviously, she has an age advantage over the winter calf, but that winter calf types right in there, long-necked, hard top, got that beautiful symmetry throughout, types right in here with a beautiful set of heifers. Congratulations, an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Turner. Junior champion of our Red and White Holstein show is the fall yearling of Quiet Cove Holsteins, Quiet Cove Hot Topic. Reserve junior champion is the winning spring yearling Gencraft Alpha Jackie Red, shown by James Neipel. And the honorable mention junior champion is the first place winner heifer calf Cost Dice Assassin Red, owned by Will Cole. Congratulations. We will now show immediately our Supreme Champion Junior Show heifers, followed by Open Show heifers, then Junior Show cows, Open Show cows. But we are starting immediately. We're not waiting till 3 o'clock. Also continuing our raffle for the Ohio Junior Holstein Association. Winning the award for the $100 gift certificate to Tractor Supply from Dairy Farmers of America is Heather Etgen. Congratulations to Heather. For the next prize, a $100 Semen gift certificate from Select Sires Member Cooperative. That award goes to Bill Miller. Bill Miller, $100 certificate from Select Sires Member Cooperative. And for Ice Cream for 100 from Velvet View. 18 flavors, must pick up. That winner is Mary Lou Top. Congratulations, Mary Lou. And last but not least, the award is a free flush from Fulton Road Genetics. Nate Steiner, DVM, covers donor FSH drug costs, flush, and fresh transfers. Freezing will be available at normal rate and must transport to Fulton Road Genetics and expires in April of 26. And that winner is Sutton. So Sutton is the winner of that. Sutton Paulson, congratulations. That concludes our Holstein and Red and White show. We will do Supreme Champion momentarily. All right, for junior champion, supreme champion of our junior show, the junior champions from the Ayrshire, the winter yearling, Bricker Farms R. Cadillac, owned by Wyatt Schlau. The brown Swiss was from the spring yearling class, Brown Velvet Powerball Vale, owned by Elena Lammers. From the Guernsey show, the spring yearling, Dixley Kojak Janice Joplin, owned by Whitney Urena, Dixie Lee Farm. And our Holstein winter yearling, BNC Sidekick Dolly, owned by Kyla Sikafus, and Black and Crimson Holsteins. Our jersey was a winter yearling, Woodmore Rev Dominique, owned by Diley Jerseys, Williams Jerseys, Lauren and Luke Albright. The milking shorthorn was a fall yearling, Lazy M Liam Zapp, owned by Aubrey, Aiden, and Elena Top, and Jesse Muse. And the red and white was the winter calf, Cost Dice Assassin Red, owned by Will Cole. Congratulations.
Well, again, it's been an honor for Roger and Dean and I to work through the junior shows the last couple of days. The quality of individuals out here represented in each of their breed are true models of their breed. They're going to go on. These kids are going to have some really good fun throughout the summer and maybe into the fall. Really nice individuals out here. So we've been asked to select the supreme champion of the junior show. Mr. Doley's going to go out and select that heifer, and please greet her with a nice round of applause.
Supreme champion of our Spring Dairy Expo Junior Show is the Brown Swiss Spring Yearling Brown Velvet Powerball Veil, owned by Elena Lammers, Marysville, Ohio, with Audrey on the halter. Congratulations. All right, we were ready for the open show selection of Supreme Junior Champion. So bring those critters into the ring. Do we have our junior champion of our Guernsey show? All right, showing for Supreme Champion of our open show for Junior Champion, the Ayrshire, as the winner yearling, Bricker Farms Cardi B, shown by Carly Bricker. The Brown Swiss Spring Yearling, Brown Velvet Powerball Veil, shown by Elena Lammers. The Guernsey winter yearling, Wilson James Dean Torrey, shown by Cindy Bates and Arway Farm. Holstein was the summer yearling, Ms. Eatonholm Hulu Penguin, shown by Jay Ackley, Ackley Holsteins, and Jim and Valerie Spring. The Jersey was the spring yearling, Willow View Jen Madonna, shown by Matt Exley and Fathead Jerseys and Jasher Holsteins. The Milking Shorthorn was the spring yearling, Catapop Fireplace Chili Pepper, shown by Macy McLean, and the Red and White fall yearling, Quiet Cove Hot Tropic Red, shown by Quiet Cove Holsteins.
Well, again, the three of us guys just feel that these heifers really just, when you see them all out here together, it's just a congratulations and a tribute to everybody back at home and the breeders and the exhibitors. The balance, the dairiness, the outstanding quality from in each of the breeds and each of the show, just take it to the next level. And I think with that, Paul's going to go out and select your Supreme Champion heifer, and we'll say a couple things, but put your hands together for everybody that just really put this on together today. This is outstanding. When you get great heifers, there's just little things that separate them, and so you know when you get analyzing from stip to stern and putting together. There's one heifer that has the least amount of faults, and that's her right there, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
The Supreme Champion heifer is the Guernsey, the winner yearling, Wilson James Dean Torrey, owned by Cindy Bates and Arway Farm, Ohio. Where'd it go? Congratulations. We'll now do Supreme of the Junior Show cows. So bring them on into the ring. One announcement about our Supreme Champion of the Open Heifer Show. Julie De Laverne and Larry Sherm were presenting the Rare Coin Award to the winner of that, so thank you to them and congratulations. Showing for Supreme Champion of our Junior Show. The Ayrshire Top Glen Wishful Thinking, owned by Tanner, Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top. From the Brown Swiss Show, Kiss Powerball Treasure, owned by Mackenzie Top. From the Guernsey Show, Elmhurst S. DMY Beaver Layla, owned by Stephanie Headings and Headings Homestead. The Holstein Gino Dorman Tesla, owned by Lily Elsall. The Jersey BK Moore Comerica Pretty Woman, owned by Cora Cope. The Milking Shorthorn Buckeye Knoll Clancy Piston, owned by Mackenzie Top, and the Red and White Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, owned by Lane Francis.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure for me. They tell me that it's my turn to get to speak just a little bit, but it's been a great opportunity for me to be back here in Ohio, and what a pleasure it is to get to work with one of my best friends in the whole world. He's the guy that I talk to 2 or 3 times a week, and he's a great father. And Raj is just a tremendous cow man and been a long-time friend, and so it's been a pleasure for me to come and see these kind of cattle, work with you exhibitors. And Roger's going to go out and select your Supreme Champion of your junior show.
The Supreme Champion of our junior show is the winning Ayrshire Top Glen Wishful Thinking, owned by Tanner, Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top from Top Glen in Sterling, Ohio. Congratulations. We will now show for Grand Champion of our Open Show, Supreme Champion of our Open Show. All right, showing for Supreme Champion of our Spring Dairy Expo with the award that's over here on the table, the Jim Lewis Memorial Award, Supreme Champion of the Ohio Spring Dairy Expo. The award is sponsored by the Lewis family and friends. Showing for this award are the Ayrshire, Top Glen, Wishful Thinking, Tanner, Brennan, Marissa, and Logan Top Glen Farms, Sterling, Ohio. The Brown Swiss, Lattimore Seaman Tough Girl, shown by Zach Logan, Farmdale, Ohio. The Guernsey, Down and Dirty Drone Tots, owned by Alan Spoltman and Craig Harding, Spoltzman's Guernseys. The Holstein, Royal Water Park Avenue Dawn, owned by Jay Ackley, Ackley Holsteins, Jim and Val Spring, Bill Lund. The Jersey, Highland H Kid Rock Sonic, owned by Ackley Holsteins, Jim and Val Spring. The Red&White, Pondview Butterscotch Red, owned by Jay Ackley, Jim and Valerie Spring. And the Milking Shorthorn, Buckeye Knoll Clancy Piston, owned by Mackenzie Top and Topview Farm.
Well, again, a huge pleasure for us three gentlemen to work through the classes before Roger congratulates the Supreme Champion. Show your appreciation of these breeders, exhibitors, and one more time, great individuals out here. We wish you the best of luck throughout the year. Roger's going to congratulate the Supreme Champion, our favorite cow.
Congratulations, the Supreme Champion winning the Jim Lewis Memorial Award is the Holstein Royal Water Park Avenue Dawn, owned by Jay Ackley, Ackley Holsteins, Jim and Val Spring, and Bill Lund. Congratulations. Also, one last thank you to our judges, Mr. Roger Turner, Mr. Paul Trapp, and Mr. Dean Dolig. Thank you.